Good to see you, Henry.
Good evening.
What can I do for you? What can I do for you? Henry, there you are.
Good evening. The whistles of the locomotive penetrates my woods summer and winter, sounding like the scream of a hawk sailing over some farmer's yard. Here come your groceries, country, your rations, countrymen, and here's your pay for them, screams the countryman's whistle. All the Indian huckleberry hills are stripped. All the cranberry meadows are raked. The blue flag grows thinly in the pure water, rising from the stony bottom all around the shore, where it is visited by hummingbirds in June, and the color both of its bluish blades and its flowers, and especially their reflections, is in singular harmony with the glaucous water. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan-like as to reduce it to its lowest terms, and, if it proved to be mean, to get the whole and genuine meanness of it, or if it were sublime, to know it by experience, and to give a true account of it. When I wrote the following pages, or rather the bulk of them, I lived alone in the woods, a mile from any neighbor, in a house which I had built myself, on the shore of Walden Pond, in Concord, Massachusetts. When I first took up my abode in the woods, my house was not finished. It was a pleasant hillside where I worked, covered with pine woods, through which I looked out on the pond, and a small...
July 4th, 1845. Dearest Henry, congratulations on the start of your experiment. I hope that the work goes well and the ideas are fruitful. Mr. Emerson says you are intent to devour...
July 1845. My dear Henry, Mr. Emerson has assisted my family in acquiring a house near Concord, and there we are now, writing and living like philosophers, which is to say...
There is some of the same fitness in a man's building his own house that there is in a bird's building its own nest. Who knows but if men constructed their dwellings with their own hands and provided food... What are you doing now? Emerson asked. Do you keep a journal? So I make my first entry today. Huh.
It's very good to make your acquaintance, Mr. Thoreau. Your sister seems to believe our thoughts and philosophies are very much aligned. It is good to find a youth so interested in the finer fruits of thought. Dear Miss Fuller, it was a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for the introductions to such brilliant new company. Recommendation for Henry David Thoreau. I cordially recommend Mr. Henry D. Thoreau, a graduate of Harvard University in August 18...
Yes, in fact, the experiment is going quite well.
Excellent to hear. I do look forward to reading your new work. I hope you are keeping a good journal, full of your insight.
Certainly.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you.
Oh, that's wonderful. When you come...
I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
Good evening.
Hello. Men have become the tools of their tools. The man who independently plucked the fruits when he was hungry has become a farmer, and he who stood under a tree for shelter, a housekeeper. We now no longer camp as for a night, but have settled down on earth and forgotten heaven. Every day or two I stroll to the village to hear some of the gossip which is incessantly going on there, circulating either from mouth to mouth or from newspaper to newspaper, and which, taken in homeopathic doses, was really as refreshing in its way as the rustle of leaves. As I walked in the woods to see the birds and squirrels, so I walked to the village to see the men and boys. Instead of the wind among the pines, I heard the carts rattle.
Here come John and Henry, Mother, back from their adventures. How was it? Did the boat sail well? Did you see beyond the horizon? Oh, you both look full of good sun and stories. I can't wait to hear them.
The cost of a thing is the amount of what I will call life, which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run.
Henry Thoreau, is it then? I hear you finally got your little cabin built out there by the pond. Now, why would a man want to spend all his time alone, I ask you? Give me a good warm house and a hot dinner is what I say.
Society is commonly too cheap. We meet at the post office and at the sociable and about the fireside every night. We live thick and are in each other's way and stumble over one another, and I think that we thus lose some respect for one another.
July 1838. Dear Monsieur Thoreau, my sister, whom you know, has sent me a copy of the Yeoman's Gazette with your advertisement for a new Concord Academy, and suggested I contact you regarding the education of my son, Edmund Sewell. Edmund is a bright pupil, and is in need of instruction preparatory to a collegiate course with the usual English branches of study. I will send him with my daughter Ellen as chaperone to meet you at your earliest.
I observed that the vitals of the village were the grocery, the barroom, the post office. And the bank, and as a necessary part of the machinery, they kept a bell, a big gun, and a fire engine at convenient places, and the houses were so arranged so that every traveler had to run the gauntlet, and every man, woman. The village appeared to me a great newsroom, and on one side, to support it, as once at Redding and Company's on State Street, they kept nuts and raisins, or salt and meal and other groceries.
Good evening, Henry.
Most
Hello.
of the luxuries and many of the so-called comforts of life are not only not indispensable, but positive hindrances to the elevation of mankind. Many men walk by day, few walk by night. It is a very different season. Chancing to take a memorable walk by moonlight some years ago, I resolved to take more such walks and make acquaintance with another side of nature.
Ah, hello.
Good evening.
There.
I haven't found it yet, but I'll keep looking. I learned that it would cost incredibly little trouble to obtain one's necessary food, even in this latitude, that a man may use as simple a diet as the animals, and yet retain health and strength.
July 1845. Dear Henry, you've told me yourself that it is difficult to begin anything without borrowing, and I know that you can use an axe, so I've left one for you in my front yard by the chopping stump. Do come by any time to fetch it. Perhaps we can discuss the new lecture I am working on while you are here. Your friend, Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Wishing to earn $10 or $12 by some honest and agreeable method, in order to meet my unusual expenses, I planted about 2.5 acres of light and sandy soil, chiefly. In the course of the summer, it appeared by the arrowheads, which I turned up in hoeing, that an extinct nation had anciently dwelt here. As I drew a still fresher soil about the rows with my hoe, I disturbed the ashes of unchronicled nations who in primeval years lived under these heavens, and their small implements of war and hunting were brought to the light of this modern day. Before yet any woodchuck or squirrel had run across the road, or the sun had got above the shrub oaks, while all the dew was on, I began to level the ranks of haughty weeds in my bean field and throw dust upon their heads. What shall I learn of beans or beans of me? I cherish them, I hoe them, early and late I have an eye to them, and this is my day's work. Fellow travelers, as they rattled by, compared it aloud with the fields which they had passed, so that I came to know how I stood in the agricultural world. Mine was, as it were, the connecting link between wild and cultivated fields. As some states are civilized, and others half-civilized, and others savage or barbarous, so my field was, though not in a bad sense, a half-cultivated field. Interesting.
Henry, there you are.
Good afternoon.
There you are, Henry.
I haven't found it yet, but I'll keep looking.
Good evening.
Good evening. For my part, I could easily do without the post office. I think that there are very few important communications made through it. For a long time, I was a reporter to a journal, of no very wide circulation, whose editor has never yet seen fit to print the bulk of my contributions, and, as is too common for writers,
Dear Mr. Thoreau, Dr. Agassiz was quite satisfied with the specimens you sent last month. He says to tell you that the small mud turtle was actually a very rare...
My dear Thoreau, believe me when I say that I have tried to do you the favor of getting your article into the hands of publishers, but I have not had success in this errand, and have hardly a hope that it will be immediate, if ever. I know you have written a good thing, too good, I fear, to be profitable to yourself or attractive to publishers. I will remain your champion in these matters, however, and entreat you to send me that one piece you were working on when we met at your family home. Remember me to Ralph Waldo Emerson. Yours heartily, Horace Greeley.
interesting.
Good to see you, Henry.
Good evening. As I sit at my window this summer afternoon, hawks are circling about my clearing, the tantivy of wild pigeons, flying by 2 and 3s athwart my view, or perching restless on the white pine boughs behind my house, give a voice to the air. My house was on the side of a hill, immediately on the edge of the larger wood, in the midst of a young forest of pitch pines and hickories, and half a dozen rocks. My residence was more favorable not only to thought, but to serious reading than a university. And though I was beyond the range of the ordinary circulating library, I had more than ever come within the influence of those books which circulate round the world. The necessaries of life for man in this climate may, accurately enough, be distributed under the several heads of food, shelter, clothing, and fuel. For not till we have secured these are we prepared to entertain the true problems of life with freedom and a prospect of success.
Labor of the hands, even when pursued to the verge of drudgery, is perhaps never the worst form of idleness. It has a constant and imperishable moral, and to the scholar it yields a classic result.
Henry, there you are.
Good evening.
Ah, you found...
Yes, I've read it.
What?
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
My dear Thoreau, I learned today that your essay is accepted to appear in Graham's magazine. It is likely to be paid for at the usual rate of $12, but I have not heard a word on that yet. I think you may need to wait until the article appears before making further inquiries on payment. In the meanwhile, please send me more of the same short subject as you have them ready, and I will be your agent in further business of this sort. Success to you, my friend. Horace Greeley.
I have actually fished from the same kind of necessity that the first fishers did. Whatever humanity I might conjure up against it was all factitious, and I concerned my philosophy more than my feelings. I speak of fishing only now, for I had long felt differently about fowling, and sold my gun before I went to the woods.
Here in the woods, I live in each season as it passes. Breathe the air. When I return to my house, I find that visitors have been there and left their cards. Either a bunch of flowers, or a wreath of evergreen, or a name in pencil on a yellow walnut leaf, or a chip. I was as much affected by the faint hum of a mosquito making its invisible and unimaginable tour through my apartment at earliest dawn as I could be by any trumpet that ever sang of fame.
August, 1845. Dear Henry, don't forget that we care for you and miss you at home. Should you visit, I have left a surprise for you on the game table, as I know you love a good challenge. Stay safe and healthy. Your sister, Sophia.
Regularly at 7:30, in one part of the summer, after the evening train had gone by, the whippoorwills chanted their vespers for half an hour, sitting on a stump by my door, or upon the ridge pole of the house. Daily the beans saw me come to their rescue armed with a hoe, and thin the ranks of their enemies, filling up the trenches with weedy dead. Near at hand, upon the topmost spray of a birch, sings the brown thrasher, or red mavis, as some love to call him, all the morning, glad of your society, that would find out another farmer's field if yours were not here. While you are planting the seed, he cries, drop it, cover it up, pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. From under a rotten stump, my hoe turned up a sluggish, portentous, and outlandish spotted salamander, a trace of Egypt and the Nile, yet our contemporary.
Confucius said, "To know that we know what we know, and that we do not know what we do not know, that is true knowledge." The grand necessity, then, for our bodies is to keep warm, to keep the vital heat in us. Time is but the stream I go a-fishing in. I drink at it, but while I drink, I see the sandy bottom and detect how shallow it is. Its thin current slides away, but eternity remains. I would drink deeper, fish in the sky, whose bottom is pebbly with stars. I cannot count them.
Be ready, friend Henry. Tomorrow I will require your assistance with an errand of utmost consequence. Look for my instructions here at your cabin tomorrow morning, and be ready to put your expert knowledge of our woods to work for the cause of freedom. I hope you will not fail me. Most sincerely, A. Bronson Alcott.
There you are, Henry. This new poem of yours is exceptional. I think it may be the purest strain and the loftiest that has yet peeled from this unpoetic American forest. My dear Miss Fuller, it is good to hear from you that work on the next issue of The Dial proceeds. I'm sending you a new piece that my young friend Thoreau has written for our journal. Talk with him but a few hours and you will find him a remarkable person, I am certain. He is a treasured companion, and
Yes, I've read it.
Well, that's...
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
Ah, hello.
Good afternoon. One afternoon, near the end of the first summer, when I went to the village to get a shoe from the cobblers, I was seized and put into jail. because, as I have elsewhere related, I did not pay a tax to, or recognize the authority of, the state which buys and sells men, women, and children like cattle at the door of its Senate House. I had gone down to the woods for other purposes, but under a government which imprisons any unjustly, the true place for a just man is also a prison. Interesting. I have paid no poll tax for 6 years. I was put into a jail once on this account for one night, and as I stood considering the walls of solid stone, 2 or 3 feet thick, the door of wood and iron a foot thick, and the iron grating which strained the light, I could not help being struck with the foolishness of that institution which treated me as if I were mere flesh and blood and bones to be locked up. I did not for a moment feel confined, and the wall seemed a great waste of stone and mortar.
Henry and John have decided to start their own school, Father. It means they won't be able to help much in the pencil factory, but they already have several students promised to attend, and it will be a fine, uncommon school, won't it, Henry? Dear Henry, I have set a little game for you based on our own favorite board, the woods. Here is the first piece of the puzzle.
Dear Ellen, Sophia tells me you enjoyed the poems I sent, so here are some more brief lines.
August 1838. Dear Sophia, it was so kind of your family to welcome us, and I hope we will see you all again soon. Edmund looks forward to starting his studies with your brothers, and I'm sure we will all see much more of each other. The poems Henry sent came safely and pleased us much. The sonnet entitled Beauty is my favorite. Best regards, Ellen Sewell.
Signs were hung out on all sides to allure him, some to catch him by the appetite as the tavern and the victualling cellar, some by the fancy as the dry goods store and the jeweler's, and others by the hair or the feet or the skirts as the barber, the shoemaker, or the tailor.
Hello then, Henry. Here for your mail or just snooping for news? I hear there will be a rally soon about these slavery questions. That abolitionist from Boston, Mr. Garrison, will be speaking.
Dear Mr. Thoreau, thank you for the fish specimens you recently sent. Professor Agassiz was highly delighted with them. Some of the species he has seen before, but never in such fresh condition. He would be very interested in the other species he suggested. Should you be able to provide them, we could pay $5 apiece for the mink and fox, and $1 apiece for the mice and hares.
The Fitchburg Railroad touches the pond about 100 rods south of where I dwell. I usually go to the village along its causeway and am, as it were, related to society by this link.
When the farmer has got his house, he may not be the richer but the poorer for it, and it be the house that has got him. We do not ride on the railroad. It rides upon us. The rails are laid on an Irishman or a Yankee man, and they are covered with sand, and the cars run smoothly over them.
Good evening.
Hello.
There you are.
I haven't found it yet, but I'll keep looking.
My dear Henry, we are to have stay. With us this week. make a special traveler named only John. His sufferings have been great, and he has need of safe passage and supplies. I entreat you to take these items for him to the old cellar hole along the Concord Road, and hide them in the place I've marked on your map. These must be placed before the end of night tonight. Godspeed. A. Bronson Alcott.
Our whole life is startlingly moral. There is never an instant's truce between virtue and vice. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. As I came home through the woods, I caught a glimpse of a woodchuck stealing across my path, and felt a strange thrill of savage delight, and was strongly tempted to seize and devour him raw. Not that I was hungry then, except for that wildness which he represented. East of my bean field had once lived Cato Ingraham, slave of Duncan Ingraham. Cato's half-obliterated cellar hole still remains, though known to few, being concealed from the traveler by a fringe of pines. A written word is the choicest of relics. It is something at once more intimate with us and more universal than any other work of art.
I have learned that the swiftest traveler is he that goes afoot. Down the road, on Brister's Hill, had once lived Brister Freeman, slave of Squire Cummings, and there grow still the apple trees which Brister planted and tended. Large old trees now, but their fruits still wild and ciderish. All sound heard at the greatest possible distance produces one and the same effect, the vibration of the universal lyre, just as the intervening atmosphere makes a distant ridge of the earth interesting to our eyes by the azure tint it imparts to it.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh,
Yes, I've read it.
well,
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you. I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
Summer is gone now, with all its infinite wealth, and still nature is genial to me.
My good Henry, bless you for your quick attention to my errand.
dear Henry, it seems like Concord is growing so rapidly these days.
October 1845. Dearest Henry, Mother asks how you are doing with your work out there in the woods.
Before we can adorn our houses with beautiful objects, the walls must be stripped, and our lives must be stripped. And beautiful houses...
No man ever stood the lower in my estimation for having a patch in his clothes. Yet I am sure that there is greater anxiety commonly to have fashionable, or at least clean and unpatched clothes, than to have a sound conscience. We know but few men, a great many coats and breeches.
Sometimes the man in the bean field heard more of travelers' gossip and comment than was meant for his ear. Beans so late, he's so late. For I continued to plant when others had begun to hoe. Does he? It was a singular experience, that long acquaintance which I cultivated with beans. What with planting and hoeing and harvesting and threshing, and picking over and selling them. The last was the hardest of all, I might add, eating, for I did taste. I was determined to know beans. I went so far as to slaughter a woodchuck which ravaged my bean field, effect his transmigration, as a Tartar would say, and devour him, partly for experiment's sake. Look out for woodchucks, if it is an exposed place, for they will nibble off the earliest tender leaves almost clean as they go. And again, when the young tendrils make their appearance, they have notice of it, and will shear them off with both buds and young pods, sitting erect like a squirrel. This is the result of my experience in raising beans. Plant the common small white bush bean about the 1st of June in rows 3 feet by 18 inches apart, being careful to select fresh, round, and unmixed seed. Harvest as early as possible, if you would escape. This further experience also I gained. I said to myself, I will not plant beans and corn with so much industry another summer, but such seeds, if the seed is not lost, as sincerity, truth, simplicity, faith, innocence, and the like. And seed. Sometimes, on Sundays, I heard the bells, the Lincoln, Acton, Bedford, or Concord bell, when the wind was favorable, a faint, sweet, and, as it were, natural melody, worth importing into the wilderness. Every man looks at his woodpile with a kind of affection. I love to have mine before my window, and the more chips, the better to remind me of my pleasing work. I thought, as I have my living to get, and have not eaten today, that I might go a-fishing. That's the true industry for poets. It is the only trade I have learned. Sometimes a rambler in the wood was attracted by the sound of my axe, and we chatted pleasantly over the chips which I had made. Ah, the pickerel of Walden. I'm always surprised by their rare beauty. They possess a quite dazzling and transcendent beauty which separates them by a wide interval from the cadaverous comet and haddock whose fame is trumpeted in our streets. They are not green like the pines, nor gray like the stones, nor blue like the sky, but they have, to my eyes, if possible, yet rarer colors, like flowers and precious stones, as if they were the pearls, the animalized nuclei or crystals of the Walden water. To read well, that is, to read true books in a true spirit, is a noble exercise, and one that will task the reader more than any exercise which the customs of the day esteem. It requires a training such as the athletes underwent, the steady intention almost of the whole life to this object. Books must be read as the... What is a course of history or philosophy or poetry, no matter how well selected, or the best society, or the most admirable routine of life, compared with the discipline of looking always at what is to be seen? Individuals, like nations, must have suitable broad and natural boundaries, even a considerable neutral ground between them. I have found it a singular luxury to talk across the pond to a companion on the opposite side. I had more visitors while I lived in the woods than at any other period in my life. I mean that I had some. I had withdrawn so far within the great oceans. It is an interesting question how far men would retain their relative rank if they were divested of their clothes. Could you, in such a case, tell surely of any company of civilized men which belonged to the most respected class? You can always see a face in the fire. The laborer, looking into it at evening, purifies his thoughts of the dross and earthiness which they have accumulated during the day. All the shore rang with the trump of bullfrogs, the sturdy spirits of ancient wine-bibbers and wassailers, though their voices have waxed hoarse and solemnly grave. Trunk, trunk, trunk. Why do precisely these objects which we behold make a world? Why has man just these species of animals for his neighbors? As if nothing but a mouse could have filled this crevice. I am no more lonely than the loon in the pond that laughs so loud, or than Walden Pond itself. I am no more lonely than a single mullein or dandelion in a pasture, or a bean leaf, or a sorrel, or a horsefly, or a bumblebee. I am no more lonely than the millbrook, or a weathercock, or the North Star, or the south wind, or an April shower, or a January thaw, or the first spider in a new house.
Dear Henry, tomorrow I need your assistance to guide a weary traveler toward the North Star. Like yourself, he is also named Henry. I will leave my instructions here at your cabin tomorrow morning.
As the sparrow had its trill, sitting on the hickory before my door, so had I my chuckle or suppressed warble which you might hear out of my nest. The hares were very familiar. They used to come round my door at dusk to nibble the potato parings which I had thrown out, and were so nearly the color of the ground that they could hardly be distinguished when still.
You must work more diligently on your writing, Henry. Don't be distracted with careless idles. Take care to discriminate between what appears and what is. Let others seem. Trust yourself to being.
Dear Emerson, I think you might be interested in our friend Thoreau's thoughts and...
Dear Mr. Emerson, thank you for your hospitality of late. I look forward to our next conversations, and with Mr. Thoreau as well.
Oh,
Yes, I've read it.
that...
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
Ah, hello.
Hello. In the fall, the loon came, as usual, to molt and bathe in the pond, making the woods ring with his wild laughter. When I went to get a pail of water early in the morning, I frequently saw this stately bird sailing out of my cove within a few rods. I never found the companion that was so companionable as solitude. A man thinking or working is always alone. Let him be where he will. Solitude is not measured by the miles of space that intervene between a man. A lake is the landscape's most beautiful and expressive feature. It is Earth's eye, looking into which the beholder measures the depth of his own nature. This is a delicious evening, when the whole body is one sense, and imbibes delight through every pore. I go and come with a strange liberty in nature, a part of herself. As I walk along the stony shore of the pond in my shirt sleeves, though it is cool as well as cloudy and windy, and I see nothing special to attract me, all the elements are unusually congenial to me.
Henry, there you are.
Good evening. The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. What is called resignation is confirmed desperation. From the desperate city you go into the desperate country, and have to console yourself with the bravery of minks and muskrats.
Henry, now is the... time for action. RWE has contributed 50 cents towards a train ticket, and Sophia has prepared a bundle of necessities for our weary friend, Henry Williams. Take this bundle to the ruined shelter along the side of the railroad tracks, and hide them in the place I've marked on your map. From there, he will find his way north to Canada. These must be placed before the end of night tonight. Yours sincerely, A. Bronson Alcott.
Congratulations, you've solved the first riddle. Now let's see how far you can get in the game. Between Peak of Haywood and Water's Edge, in a patch of daisies and a bit of sedge, nearby, a perfect point for fish and fowl, and in the evening, a hooting owl. Love, Sophia.
I bought the shanty of James Collins, an Irishman who worked on the Fitchburg Railroad, for boards to use in my house. One day, I came upon the moldering wreck of a boat, the sides gone, and hardly more than the impression of its flat bottom left amid the rushes. Yet its model was sharply defined, as if it were a large decayed pad with its veins. It was as impressive a wreck as one could imagine on the seashore, and had as good a moral. It should not be by their architecture, but why not even by their power of abstract thought, that nations should seek to commemorate themselves? How much more admirable the Bhagavad Gita than all the ruins of the East.
Henry, there you are. Oh, you found
Hello. Yes, I've read it.
that.
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you. I look forward to it. Goodbye for now. Whatever my own practice may be, I have no doubt that it is a part of the destiny of the human race, in its gradual improvement, to leave off eating animals, as surely as the savage tribes have left off eating each other when they came in contact with the more civilized. By the 1st of September, I had seen 2 or 3 small maples turn scarlet across the pond, beneath where the white stems of 3 aspens diverged at the point of a promontory next the water. Ah, many a tale their color told. Interesting.
Henry, there you are.
Good evening. Huh. Now, in the late fall, nature begins to strip herself like an athlete for her contest with her great antagonist.
Many thanks, dear Henry. With your help, our friend, Henry Williams, found...
November 1845. Henry, the seasons are turning now, and we all feel the coldness of time. Does the work progress? Do you think it will be done by spring? Have you prepared well for the winter to set in? Love, Sophia.
Interesting.
I hardly know what you do with your time, Henry. The children say you took them out huckleberrying all day rather than working on those edits I suggested for your article. Sometimes I think I would like to see your work published more than you would. Dear Counselor, I write in assistance of a young friend of mine, Mr. Henry David Thoreau, who has taken time from his literary pursuits to invent a new...
Dear Emerson, I thank you for your kind words on the dial and for sending the piece by Mr. Thoreau. I do not see the full merits of the work as you have described, yet having some...
There...
I haven't found it yet. but I'll keep looking.
June, 1839. Dear Sophia, I so enjoyed spending time with Henry and John on their recent visit.
Dear Ellen, I think of our time together often and hope that we will meet again soon. Till then, I send...
November 1840. Dear Sophia, I have never felt so badly in my life as the day I refused Henry's letter of proposal. But Father does not approve of his transcendental philosophies and instructed me to refuse in a short, explicit, and cold manner. It is all over now, and I hope that though I have dashed the hopes of both your brothers, we can still remain friends in the end. Ellen.
My friend Thoreau, I know that there has been much delay, but your article is this moment in type and will appear... Ah, there you are, Henry. I think your sister was just in and collected a letter from your old friend Miss Sewell. We haven't seen her much recently.
Don't let Ellen's rejection of your offer come between you, Henry. It's a terrible blow. I know you and John both cared for her deeply, but think if she had accepted one and left the other to watch their happiness from the outside. No, to turn you both down was the kindest thing she could do. And you still have John and I and our beloved woods to console you.
Have not men improved somewhat in punctuality since the railroad was invented? Do they not talk and think faster in the depot than they did in the stage office? To do things railroad fashion is now the byword. I would rather sit on a pumpkin and have it all to myself than be crowded on a velvet cushion.
There you are.
I haven't found it yet, but I'll keep looking. About 15 years ago, you could see the top of a pitch pine, of the kind called yellow pine, projecting above the surface in deep water, many rods from the shore. It was even supposed by some that the pond had sunk, and this was one of the primitive forests that formerly stood there. How many a man has dated a new era in his life from the reading of a book? On such a day, in September or October, Walden is a perfect forest mirror, set round with stones as precious to my eye as if fewer or rarer. Nothing so fair, so pure, and at the same time so large as a lake, perchance.
Oh, you...
Yes, I've read it.
Well, that's good.
Yes, I have seen it and can get it for you.
Well, that's one...
I look forward to it. Goodbye for now.
Good, Henry. Mr. Garrison has heard of your sentiments against slavery in our nation. I know that his recent lecture at our Lyceum roused you quite thoroughly. He asks if you won't write something for the Liberator on the topic. I suggest sending this manuscript on slavery in Massachusetts that you left with me recently. It will certainly move many hearts and minds. With thanks, Alcott.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Oh, you found...
Farewell. Shall we always study to obtain more of these things, and not sometimes to be content with less? Once it chanced that I stood in the very abutment of a rainbow's arch, which filled the lower stratum of the atmosphere, tinging the grass and leaves around, and dazzling me as if I looked through colored crystal. It was a lake of rainbow light, in which, for a short while, I lived like a dolphin. There was what was called a winged cat in one of the farmhouses in Lincoln nearest the pond. Some thought it was part flying squirrel or some other wild animal, which is not impossible. This would have been the right kind of cat for me to keep, if I had kept any. I long ago lost a hound, a bay horse, and a turtle dove, and am still on their trail. Many are the travelers I have spoken concerning them, describing their tracks and what calls they answered to. I have met one or two who had heard the hound and the tramp of the horse, and even seen the dove disappear behind a cloud, and they seemed as anxious to recover them as if they had lost them themselves. I found in myself, and still find, an instinct toward a higher, or, as it is named, spiritual life, as do most men, and another toward a primitive, rank, and savage one, and I reverence them both. I love the wild not less than the good. Men come tamely home at night only from the next field or street, where their household echoes haunt, and their life pines because it breathes its own breath over again. Their shadows, morning and evening, reach farther than their daily steps. We should come home from far, from adventures and perils, and discoveries every day, with new experience and character. I am wont to think that men are not so much the keepers of herds as herds are the keepers of men. The former are so much the freer. Fishermen, hunters, woodchoppers, and others, spending their lives in the fields and woods, in a peculiar sense a part of nature themselves, are often in a more favorable mood for observing her, in the intervals of their pursuits, than philosophers or poets even, who approach her with expectation. At a certain season of our life, we are accustomed to consider every spot as the possible site of a house.
I have thus surveyed the country on every side within a dozen miles of where I live. In imagination, I have bought all the farms in succession, for all were to be bought, and I knew their price. I walked over each farmer's premises, tasted his wild apples, discoursed on husbandry with him, took his farm at his price, at any price, mortgaging it to him in my mind.
Dearest Henry, you are a model of self-reliance. I am overwhelmed with admiration, as is my daughter Louisa, who speaks of you often with youthful affection. I write to tell you that your article is in print in Mr. Garrison's Liberator. He tells me it makes him weep with fury. Surely this is payment enough for your troubles. Your friend, A. Bronson Alcott.